Welcome to the Los Angeles Times Oscar Night webcast. I'm Robin Abcarian, and I'm joined by Times movie critic Ken Turan. Tonight, we'll be watching the Oscar show along with you, and then during the commercial breaks, we'll be talking about what's happened so far. Kenny, of course, brings his longtime experience as one of the country's most respected movie critics, and I bring my love of movies and my snarky attitude. So please join us on your computers or mobile devices during the show's long commercial stretches as we dish about the 85th annual Oscars. So Kenny, that was a pretty interesting first segment. All in all, we have Seth MacFarlane, the new host, trying to do a lot there, both, I think, appealing to the older movie-loving audience and then also trying to grab the younger folks. How did you think that worked?
It didn't work for me. It really didn't work for me.
Why didn't it?
It put me to sleep.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I just wasn't excited. I kept saying, bring back, Billy Crystal, bring back anybody. I just thought it was really, really flat. I can see how as a concept it may have been appealing, but to watch it on the screen,
they always
nothing
look good
for
on
me.
paper. Well, I mean, there was that sort of, I guess, creative moment where Captain Kirk beamed in from the future to show Seth MacFarlane the bad headlines from his hosting reviews. But do you think that the Academy gets hung up on trying to sort of, make this crossover, from young to older viewers? They know they've got to appeal to younger viewers, and they just can't seem, because it's got the features of a variety show, to make it transcend that genre.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit it right on the nail right on the head. They know they have to do this, but they're kind of hung up on the fact that, well, we're the Academy. What can we do? What can't we do? I think their position kind of hamstrings them, and it's hard for them to figure out, unlike, they even jokes were made about the Golden Globe hosts
Yeah.
who did a much better job, and they seem to have less trouble bridging that gap. The Academy has trouble.
Maybe it's because they drink during the Golden Globes, but Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, I think, set a really high standard that even Captain Kirk himself joked about tonight when he was dissing Seth MacFarlane. But we also had the Best Supporting Actor Award tonight, which went to all of the actors, in fact, had been nominated multiple times.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a huge big deal for a career. Christoph Waltz won for his role as the bounty hunter in Django Unchained, the Quentin Tarantino movie. And that was really a song of praise, a paean to Quentin Tarantino that he gave.
Well, Quentin Tarantino kind of created his career. I mean, he was a capable actor who was not known internationally, and Quentin Tarantino picked him for *Inglourious Basterds*. He won an Oscar for that. He won an Oscar tonight. That's 2 for 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a very deserved, shout out to Quentin.
So he owes Quentin quite a bit. So do you think that the controversy around Django Unchained, that this kind of puts it to rest for the moment? I mean, this is a movie that's very difficult to watch, very challenging, very upsetting, very violent in the manner of most Quentin Tarantino movies. And some people, Spike Lee included, basically condemned the movie without having seen it. I know you had said you had some misgivings about that too. Do you think that this kind of award right out of the gate kind of puts that to rest?
Nothing will put those things to rest. The people who believe that will not be convinced by any kind of awards, and I think, it's going to continue to be a controversial film, I think forever.
And then did you have a favorite in the supporting actor category?
That's a good question. I don't know who I would have picked. I enjoy Alan Arkin so much. I think I would have voted for Alan Arkin. He just really made me laugh to see that clip, which is, I think, his best speech in the movie. I just really enjoyed that a lot.
Okay, well, we hope you'll come back to us in the next round of commercials. We're going to be here throughout the Oscar broadcast, and we'll see you during all the breaks and a little bit afterwards as we continue with our first Los Angeles Times Oscar Night webcast. Kenny, I have to say, that sounded like the Jaws music that they were bringing up for that poor guy from Life of Pi just then before it transmogrified into the Marlboro Man theme.
I am so ambivalent about acceptance speeches. You know, you want them to be live, you want them to be sincere, you want them to be personal, but to go on and to name everyone in your life.
Yeah, what is it? Why? I mean, tonight we have seen absolutely nothing that I would consider to be an inspirational speech. Of course, it's early in the game, so hopefully we'll get there later. But I was kind of excited that Life of Pi won 2 nice awards so far: cinematography and visual effects. This was, of course, the very difficult to render story about the young boy caught in a lifeboat in the open ocean with a tiger, and it was spectacular to look at.
Oh, those are very well-deserved awards, but again, these are awards you expect Life of Pi to win. Last year, if my memory serves, Hugo won these 2 awards.
Right.
These are films whose really strength is visual, and it's astonishing what they did. I mean, I was happy to see them win both awards.
Do you think this means, so this is not necessarily a harbinger of things to come? Do you think these are just like saying pat him on the back and, the other guys are going to get the big awards later?
It's too early to say. It could be, we may look back on this, X hours from now and say it was a harbinger, but it could be not. Could be just great work. I mean, everyone knows this is what they did really, really well.
Were you happy that these movies were rewarded this way?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's amazing what they managed to do. I mean, again, as he said, it's fake.
Right,
it's fake.
Exactly.
And it looks very, very real.
There were, of course, 2 animated awards, one for short, one for feature length, went to Brave and Paperman, both of which were Disney films. And Disney was really, proud of that tonight, I'm sure.
I'm sure they've had some tough times. I think that, Disney is a brand, and I think people like the brand, and I think that they have a certain influence with voters. And, I was a little surprised Brave won, but they have their constituency, and they constitutionally turned out.
I have to say, I tried to watch some of the animated films this time. I barely got through Paradorman and kind of gave up, but I was able to watch Paperboy, which you can see online now on YouTube. And it's a 6-minute, lovely, romantic, sweet piece about a man who falls in love with a woman and does his courtship through paper airplanes.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It's super sweet.
It sounds nice. I haven't seen it, but even the little clip that they showed looked really nice.
Yeah,
it made me want
nice.
to see it.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about was Jennifer Lawrence has suddenly become the butt of jokes tonight. Now, when I think it was at the Golden Globes, she got up to accept her award and said, I beat Meryl, which she later said was a joke from the First Wives Club. Yeah. But so far, I think people in Hollywood are kind of hammering her about it. Do you think she should feel bad for dissing Meryl Streep?
She's a kid, I mean, she's not the person we see on camera. She's a young person. She's trying to figure out her way in the world, and I'm willing to cut her a break,
So you don't think it was deserved?
What's that?
You don't think, could something like that come back to haunt her when it comes voting for Best Actress, which she's nominated for?
It's possible. You never know what's going to come back to haunt people, but finally she's a very gifted person, and that's hopefully what will win out in the end.
And she's got plenty of years ahead. All right, it's back to the show. We'll see you in a bit. Kenny, I did not know that Shirley Bassey was still alive. Did you?
No, and she really almost, she's like a force of a hurricane. She almost blew us back in our chairs here. Pretty intense singing.
That was actually pretty fun. I have to tell you what it's like to be watching the Oscars with Ken Turan. When Jacqueline Duran won the Costume Design Award for Anna Karenina, which were beautiful costumes, and she said that her children were oblivious at home asleep, Kenny said, they're better off. And then when Les Miserables won for makeup and hairstyle, Ken said, that's not a surprise. So he's got very fixed opinions about this.
It's too bad that we can't have a running commentary during the actual telecast.
Exactly.
That would actually be fun.
So what did you think about the Bond tribute? And do you think the Bond series has gotten its due as a cinematic enterprise, as a creative enterprise?
Oh, yes and no. These are formula films to a certain extent, and some of them are better than others, and some years are better. And, this year was a very good year with Skyfall. Had Sam Mendes, an excellent director. Daniel Craig's a terrific actor. So this is a strong film, and maybe the tribute is partly because the Academy felt a little chagrined that it didn't get more nominations. But, I don't think that, a lot of these films, even in the clips, these are not like, boy, I wish I could see that film again. That film belongs in the Hall of Fame. They're fun to go to, but I'm not necessarily sure that they've been shortchanged by the Oscars. I don't think so.
Well, I had that question actually about Skyfall because, of course, there are now 10 slots for Best Picture nominees, and they only came up with 9, and many people thought that Skyfall was so much better than previous Bond films and so good on its own that it should have gotten an Oscar nomination. Why wouldn't they just round out the field with an extra 10th movie?
Well, it's the people have to vote. The Board of Governors can't just decide to round it out. People didn't vote for it. I think people are used to thinking of the Bond films as just kind of weekend entertainment. They're not used to thinking them in terms of Oscar films. In terms of rounding things out, I would have liked to see The Dark Knight Returns there. I thought that was actually even a better film than Skyfall, but for whatever reason, it just didn't get in.
Yeah, it's interesting how these things work, and it's impossible to know really how the Academy thinks. We know there's been a lot of controversy this season because the directors of 2 nominated pictures, Argo and Zero Dark 30, did not get nominated. Is it even ever possible to know what the Academy is thinking?
Everyone's fondest wish is if the final ballot totals, both for the nominations and for the final awards, were ever made public. People would love to know how close things were, but I don't sense that this is going to happen anytime soon, though I'd love to see it.
So that's like the holy grail for
Yes.
Oscar watchers to find those ballots. Interesting. All right, well, join us during the next commercial break. Well, Kenny, I think that Seth MacFarlane is hitting a stride, but I know you don't. But
He may be hitting a stride. It's not clear that it's my stride he's hitting. He's hitting someone else's stride.
clearly not your
Yeah,
stride.
yeah.
So I have to tell you, I had to practically talk Kenny down off the ledge when the Gatekeepers did not win the documentary feature.
See, I knew it wouldn't win,
award.
Robin, so that's why you didn't have to talk about the ledge. No, I mean, I think the Gatekeepers, I would have voted for the Gatekeepers.
What was so powerful about that to you? Sugarman won, of course, which was the search for the musician who's famous in South Africa and was living in obscurity in Detroit. But anyway, talk about the Gatekeepers.
Well, Sugar Man won because it's a heartwarming film, and the Academy has a decades-long soft spot for heartwarming stories.
And it is a fantastic story.
It's a great story, no questions asked. But the Gatekeepers really, I think, is a film that really has, it's just. It make you see the world different. It's a way to look at one of the most incendiary situations in the world.
Talk about what it's about, because as you know,
People
most
haven't seen
people
it.
do not see these things.
It's true. No, but the Gatekeepers is in theaters now, and people should really see it. They interview the 6 living heads of Shin Bet, Israel's super secret internal security organization. This is the heart of the Israeli defense security establishment, and they talk about the jobs, what they did, why they did it, and what the jobs did to them, what they think about the Israeli-Palestinian situation. The key is that these are 6 remarkable people. They're just amazing to hear them talk. I mean, this is really a film that really changed the way you look at the world.
Now, was this film also controversial because of its, I don't want to say pro-Palestinian slant, but because it's not the typical view often Americans have of Israeli-Palestinian conflict?
It wasn't that controversial because it's hard to say that these guys are left-wing, radicals. This is, as I say, the heart of the Israeli establishment. So people wanted to be upset, but you can't get upset at these guys.
I don't think the Oscars is back yet. I'm trying to figure it out from the monitor. Sorry, apologies, we're having a little bit of confusion. So I'm curious about the short live action and the documentary short categories too. A movie called Curfew won, which I had frankly had not seen. And then in the documentary short, Innocente, which is about a homeless teen artist.
Yeah.
What is the function of these films in the greater film universe?
Well, as was said, they serve as testing grounds, as proving grounds. People get to do them. They get to learn their craft. They're holdovers from the days when they used to be in theaters, and everyone went to the movies, and there was a double feature and a cartoon and a short.
That's right.
And those days are 60, 70 years in the past, but the awards remain.
But it's interesting because we have such short attention spans now. You would think that short films would be all the rage.
Well, the theater owners, they want that space when the feature isn't running. They want to sell ads. Or they want to show trailers.
Good point.
So they don't want to be showing that.
We'll see you at the next break. Well, Kenny, I have to tell you, I'm feeling very stirred after seeing those three musical numbers from movies. Les Miserables, with its stars, Catherine Zeta-Jones belting out all that jazz, and Jennifer Hudson, of course, with her piece from, it was Dreamgirls, I guess, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's fun to watch. I mean, sometimes I think the Oscars go too much into being a variety show, into kind of trying to bring back the Ed
Yeah.
Sullivan Show for those with long enough memories. I mean, they were all good. I have no problem with anything I saw, but overall, I think I could use a little less singing and dancing.
But you know, it's a tribute to musicals. I don't know how you get around that.
Well, you get around it. You don't have a tribute to musicals. I mean, I don't see where it's mandated, by the Oscar gods that
I don't know. I
they
have
do
to
these
say-
tributes, and I just think, then they say, well, how come the show's not exciting? They
Okay.
do these kind of canned tributes, and they don't work that well.
Well, I have to say, I felt like when I feel like I'm looking at musical theater, then I feel like it's clicking. But anyway, I know you want to talk about the best foreign film.
Well, you do too.
I
You
do too, which was a favorite of mine, Amour,
yeah.
by Michael Haneke. And oddly, it's a movie with French actors, made in French, but it's from Austria.
Set in Paris.
Set in Paris. Why is it Austrian?
The rules for foreign language films are very strange and very complicated. Basically, each country gets to pick its own nominee, the film it wants to represent it. You have to have some reason to do it, because being the director of that country, you can have. If you have an Austrian director, it can be an Austrian film.
Okay.
France probably could have claimed the film as well for obvious reasons.
Right,
It's in the
yeah.
French language. But France, sometimes the countries try and game the system. France had a film called The Incorruptibles, and they thought it would be a popular favorite, so they said, well, we'll put that in, the Oscar voters will love it. Well, the Oscar voters didn't love it, didn't even get to the final 5 nominees.
Right.
So Austria kind of won that gamble.
So can that ever become like an international diplomatic incident? Two countries fighting over a film? Has that ever happened?
Well, they fight over a lot of things. I don't think it's ever happened that they fought over a film, but they really, sometimes they say, well, that's not really, there's not enough words. There's been situations where someone, that was an Israeli film that was part in Hebrew and part in English, and it was going to be Israel's nominee, and then someone literally timed the words out, and they said there's more English than Hebrew in this film, and the film was disqualified, couldn't be the nominee.
Wow.
So people do play hardball with these nominations
Yeah.
because the feeling is if you win, your audience increases.
Absolutely, and that's true. Well, Amour is such an interesting film and a curiously popular film in the sense that, it's so slow and so beautiful and tells such a poignant story about a woman with dementia in her failing moments and her husband's sort of their increasing isolation. And it's not the kind of film you think would be, a big Oscar hit, and yet there is something that speaks so powerfully, I think, to the audiences there.
Well, it's so well done. And also, it's really a great combination of, this could be a subject that could be so easily overdone, could be so over-sentimentalized, could be so schmaltzy. But in Michael Haneke, you have really an ice-cold director. And that's a great combination of a director who couldn't be sentimental if there was a gun to his head, with a really deeply, deeply moving subject matter.
Yeah.
And that combination has really been extraordinary.
Yeah, interesting, because I'm not familiar with his work except for this film, but boy,
This is a warm film for him.
it is fantastic. Anyway, we will see you at the next commercial break. Well, Kenny, that was amazing. Anne Hathaway won the Oscar. Are you shocked?
I'm not shocked. This was one of the gimmies of the evening, as everybody knows. I mean, this is traditionally what wins Best Supporting Actress, Best Supporting Actor, small, memorable parts. Best Supporting people rarely go through the run of the film. But they have one scene that no one can forget, and she had that scene, and she won.
But all of those actresses had amazing scenes and amazing moments. Sally Field as Mrs. Lincoln, Jackie Weaver in Silver Linings Playbook. I mean, all of them. I mean, they were all fantastic. Amy Adams in The Master, and I know I'm leaving out somebody, but why was Anne Hathaway such an early favorite? I mean, it was almost like it was a juggernaut that could not be stopped.
Look, I mean, I was at one of the first screenings in Santa Monica, an early screening of this film, and you could feel it in the theater right then and there. There was an emotional connection she made with her performance that I think more voters felt that than they did anything else, and that's why she won. You could feel it right then and there.
Yeah, I have to give her credit. A lot of people have made fun of her this season for getting up and saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe I won! This is fantastic!" So clearly, she knew she was winning, and she got up. And unfortunately, though, like most of the other speeches, it was just a list of names, very uninspiring until the very end.
It was interesting. It went in and out. You could see in that speech what you should be doing and what you shouldn't be doing. When she talked about her husband, there was real emotion there. It's okay to talk about people if you have something to say. If you're just running through a laundry list of names, I mean, it's just like...
Yeah, when they get to the publicist, it starts to feel a little bit, like, come on, really? So we did have we did make some Oscar history tonight, not we, but the Academy, because there was a tie in the category of sound editing. And what was interesting was Mark Wahlberg announced the first winner and allowed that winner from Zero Dark 30 to come up on stage while the other nominees sat there wondering if they were the second person.
Kind of prolonged
and the second
agony
was Skyfall.
for those other people. I wonder why they did it that way. Maybe they thought it would just make it equal so that they wouldn't have. But yeah, I mean, I think it'd be hard to sit there for another couple of minutes wondering if it's you. Did I get the second one?
Yeah. So ties in Oscar history, not too many, right?
Not too many. The famous one was a tie between Barbra Streisand and Katharine Hepburn. But
what were those movies? Was it Funny Girl?
Funny Girl and maybe On Golden Pond. I can't remember. If I'm wrong, I know I'll hear from people.
Yes, you'll hear immediately.
There are not that many, and I can just see the people in Price Waterhouse counting again and again and again. Is it really a tie? You sure it's a tie? Maybe we should count one more time.
I mean, can the winners demand a recount or anything like that?
I don't know if that's ever happened. That's an interesting question. I don't know what rights you have as a nominee.
Do you think it diminishes the win if you end up sharing it with somebody else? Is it like an asterisk in the history books?
No, I mean, I think people are just happy to win. For them, they won it.
Probably.
It's not half an award, it's the whole award twice.
Yeah, and then it was nice to see, I think, Skyfall get recognized because that's something we talked about. Of course, Bond was the subject of a nice retrospective. I do wonder, though, what is going on with these technical guys? They all have shoulder-length blonde or gray hair. They all look alike. We'll talk about that in the next segment. We'll be back. The next commercial break. Kenny, I know that we're not spending a lot of time talking about fashion tonight, but I just have to report that when Jennifer Lawrence walked out on stage in that big billowy dress, Kenny said he was scared. So
It's a very big dress. I don't know. Not since Gone with the Wind have I seen dresses of that size. Maybe that stuff is coming back. I don't know.
quite possibly so, and she may be bringing it with her. So, well, I thought actually a little bit of a hell froze over moment just in this last segment when instead of having supermodels presenting the Oscar trophies to the winners, the Academy had a contest for film students who submitted short films, I gather.
Yeah.
And that was kind of neat to
I
reward
like that. I like
up-and-coming
that.
students.
But again, they just don't go far enough. I'd almost rather see clips from some of those short films that won than have, a long musical interlude. Do you know what I mean? They
Yes,
just,
yes.
I think it's a great idea. I would have liked to see them do more with it.
Yeah, that would have been fantastic. So we just saw the award for editing, which went to William, help me,
Goldenberg.
who was nominated. He was competing against
Against
himself
himself,
for
yes.
Argo and Zero Dark 30. How weird is that? Does that happen very often?
I don't think that happens very often. It happens occasionally. But, one of the things I wanted to tell you, we were talking during the show, I was at the editor's banquet, the ACE Awards, and he won the ACE Award, and he paid tribute because he was also in the audience to Michael Kahn, to Steven Spielberg's longtime editor, who was also up against him tonight. And he's was Michael Kahn's assistant for when he broke in. There's a real, one of the things that's great about Hollywood is that there is really a craft that gets passed on. People take on assistants, they teach them. It's a real, in that, in what they classically call below the line, there's really that sense of, there's knowledge that gets passed on.
So they're not constantly stabbing each other in the back to get ahead. They're actually helping each other and mentoring each other and getting on?
In editors, yes. I wouldn't say, that this is happening with producers, but with editors, yes.
That's nice. Well, actually, those two films that he was nominated for, Argo and Zero Dark 30, both are based on real stories, and both have accrued a little bit of criticism, particularly Zero Dark 30, because of its depiction of torture as being successful in hunting down Osama bin Laden. Now, does that detract from the movie for you? It seemed to have for some people.
Well, I think the key point, we could argue about that for years, about what it shows and the reality.
I'm sorry,
we
I
don't
don't have
that much
time.
time. But no, the key point is, there's no doubt in my mind that it hurt Zero Dark 30 with the Academy. The Academy doesn't like anything that's even got a whiff of controversy about it. And once 3 members of the United States Senate said, don't watch this film, it was, it was really bad for Zero. It was a dark day for Zero Dark 30.
But that was not exactly what they said. They didn't say, don't watch this film, basically, did they? They said...
They basically said, it's inaccurate, it's a lie,
But it's a feature film. It's not a documentary.
Yeah, but they didn't say that. They gave it a hard time for not being accurate.
And do you hold, as looking at it as an artistic enterprise, do you hold that against the film? Do you feel like it supports torture?
I don't. I saw the film. I walked out of the film. I felt torture was a horrible thing. We shouldn't be doing it. This idea that people are going to watch the film, I can't speak for anyone else. For me, I walked out and said we shouldn't be torturing anybody for any reason.
You walked out before the end?
No, I walked out feeling that.
Oh, at the end of the film.
At the end of the film.
Okay, you didn't walk out in protest.
No. The whole notion is that people are going to see this film and feel that it supports torture. Personally, I did not feel that.
I didn't get that either. And also, Argo has been criticized because it took that fantastic story about the escape from revolutionary Iran of the American diplomats and added some, really dramatic moments that didn't really happen. Do we really hold that against them? The cart chase at the airport?
Now there's a lot of stuff that they did. It's interesting that they didn't, because they didn't, Zero Dark 30 got into trouble because it claimed it was accurate.
Yeah.
And whether it's accurate or not, it's always risky to claim it. And so that was a real problem.
So just don't claim it's accurate, and then you're okay.
You're way better off.
All right. We'll see you at the next commercial break. Well, I guess Steven Spielberg's feeling a little relieved now that Lincoln has finally won its first award, huh?
Yeah, no, the two favorites, Argo and Lincoln, it's well over 2 hours into the show, just one award for each of them. I guess, we'll see. There's
And
still no
Lincoln just won
tells.
for production
Production
design. That
design.
was Rick Carter. What did you think of the look of that film? Do you
Oh,
think
I
it
think
was
it's exceptional. I mean, a lot of time and effort went into making it look authentic, but it looked authentic in a lived-in way. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes films go so far in search of authenticity that they look fake. But this one, actually, I could feel people living in those rooms, in those
Yeah.
settings, and I thought that was a real achievement.
I could too, and we had a great story about how some people were driven to distraction by the ear-piercing
Yes,
hole in
yes.
Daniel Day-Lewis's ear. I never noticed it watching the film. It totally escaped me, but did that distract
I
you
didn't
at all?
notice it. I didn't notice it. It's amazing. People have better eyes than I do.
Maybe
I
that's
just
it.
didn't see the little tiny hole that makeup didn't cover.
Yeah,
What are
odd.
you going to do?
So we also had the Governor's Awards,
Yeah,
which was
yeah.
interesting because that went to a stuntman, Hal Needham,
Needham.
a documentarian, a producer, and a studio head. How often, Jeffrey Katzenberg, how often does that happen?
Well, the humanitarian award sometimes goes to, can go to anybody, and Jeffrey Katzenberg is known for, really doing fierce fundraising for good causes. So that's why he got that award. It was great to see an Oscar going to Hal Needham, who was a great stuntman who did all those Smokey movies with Burt Reynolds.
Yeah.
These Governor's Awards have become quite popular. It's like a low-key Oscar ceremony. It's small, it's by invitation only, and it's not televised.
When do those take place?
About a month or so, a couple months before the
Oh,
Oscars.
okay.
And they look
I
like they're a
don't
lot
get
of fun.
invited to those, but
Yeah.
Kenny probably
No,
does.
not me neither. Me neither. But we'd love to go next year.
Yeah, maybe so. So there's no category for stuntman, right? I
No,
mean, there's
there is
no
not.
way for a stuntman to win an
Yeah.
award except.
I mean, that's
something
why
like
it's
this.
so nice that they did that.
Yeah.
Because stuntmen. You go any movie you go to, you see lists of dozens of stuntmen, and there have been some great ones in movie history, and Hal Needham is one of them. And it's great. Again, the Academy is in a sense recognizing that whole group of people by giving Hal Needham an award.
And then what about Pennebaker? What role has he played in terms of the evolution of the documentary?
Well, he's a key documentary filmmaker. I mean, I think you saw Michael Moore say that, he
Yes.
invented it's a little hyperbolic.
You think that's not true?
But it's
Yeah.
no, there's some truth to it. I mean, this notion of fly-on-the-wall documentaries of kind of just being observant, he was one of the key people who started that, and he made some great documentaries. And, it's great to see him. Again, these are very smartly thought out. Again, unlike the other Oscars, which are voted on, these are one
Yes.
selected by committee. So they can be smart, they can be thoughtful, they can figure out who really deserves to get one,
So
and
are
that's what
you
they've done.
saying there's no politics involved in the selection of these awards? How do you, I mean,
That's a good
do you have to
question.
like go for years and years without getting an Oscar and then they finally take pity on you and give it to you?
Well, they do. They did that with Peter O. Sometimes they do that. But these were not. These were not like that. Like Hal Needham would never get an Oscar,
Yeah.
And Pennebaker, if his documentaries didn't win, that's the way it goes. But I would think it was really good, to single those people out.
All right, we'll see you at the next break. Well, that's always the most moving, I think, portion of the program, the in memoriam
Yeah,
segment.
definitely.
And Seth MacFarlane had nothing snarky or edgy to say about that. And rarely, I think, does the material match the performance as well as it did with Barbra Streisand singing Memories in honor
Yeah.
of the death of Marvin Hamlish.
Yeah, who was very close to her, and clearly
Yes,
is an
very
emotional
much so.
situation
Yeah.
for her.
So you knew a number of the people
I
on
knew
this
some of the
list.
people.
Yeah.
It was great to see. Great. I mean, it's hard to say it was great because people are dead, but it was. I was happy to see Andrew Saris.
How often does the Academy celebrate the death of a movie critic, Kenny?
It's happened before, but it's not a regular thing, obviously.
They got a double-edged sword there, probably, right?
But he was such a significant figure to leave him out.
What do you think his lasting mark was?
Well, he popularized the auteur theory in America,
right.
and some people think it's been overdone, that we now neglect other people in the movie-making business because we focus so much on the director. But it certainly changed the way American critics looked at films.
Is there a school is there a movement afoot to sort of recast the auteur theory and widen?
Well, there are people who feel that it's gone too far, that it neglects the screenwriter, it neglects the cinematographer, it neglects the producers, it neglects a lot of people who are really critical to
and the
forming
writers, of course, which, we're always concerned about. So I was moved, of course, by the very untimely death, it seems to me, of Nora Ephron, who was really one of our generation's, I think, greatest essayists and certainly turned out to be filmmakers. I mean, her career was really extraordinary.
Yeah, no, Nora could do it all. Now I saw, in the paper that there's a play on Broadway. She wrote plays as well as, as well as movies. She directed movies. She was a phenomenal essayist, both at the beginning and the end of her career. She had hugely successful collections. But really, there was nothing she couldn't do.
I know, and it was interesting how she kept her illness secret, until the very end, which I think probably was a big shock to everybody. Even friends I know were kind of kept in the dark about it. So there were some other names on that list. Charles Durning was somebody who you knew from your, you wrote a book about Joe Papp of the theater world, and Charles Durning was a source for you.
Yes, no, he was kind of a remarkable person. He was a very sweet person, but he knew it, he had a terrible kind of anger and temper in him. He had horrific experiences during World War II. He had killed people with his bare hands. And this never left him. And
how fascinating!
He was also a large man who was very quick on his feet. He'd been a dancer who was still very nimble. I mean, he was like
I didn't know that about him.
Yeah, he was a bundle of contradictions.
Well, he was an amazing character actor, and we hope you'll be back at the next commercial break. Kenny, what a night of surprises. I had no idea Scarlett Johansson could sing.
Me neither, It's she seems to be doing a good job,
Had you seen Chasing Ice,
Yeah,
the
it's a documentary.
And
It's a documentary. It's about the end of the ice caps. We see the ice caps. We wave goodbye to the ice caps as they go away. It's not a happy story.
Sounds very, very depressing. Yeah. So you seemed a little uplifted that the score for Life of Pi won an Oscar.
When you hear the samples, you can hear why the Life of Pi won, frankly, because it's different. It stands out. And all the others, it would be tough to pick from. And I think the fact that it had a different kind of an Indian tinge, I think helped it.
Oh, that's interesting. Yes, it did. And then, of course...
Plus, the enthusiasm for the film. The film did get a lot of nominations. And when you put those two things together, that's what happens.
I think that was its third award also,
yeah,
so
third
it's doing
award.
pretty
It's
well.
Doing quite well.
Not yet the big categories, but who knows if this indicates something's around the bend for this
Well, it's
film.
interesting. We are so late in the program, and we still don't have a clear idea of who's going to win the big prizes.
No consensus.
No consensus.
But we do know that Adele just won the Best Original
Yes.
Song for Skyfall, which was kind of cool because she's such a fabulous talent.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
deserves to win in all categories, I think. So, I want to talk to you about a film that we haven't had a chance to discuss yet. And that is Beasts of the Southern Wild, which is this little tiny independent film that came out of nowhere and just captured people's imaginations and really, I think, swept critics off their feet, but
absolutely.
not you.
No, I really respected it. I liked it. It's, I'm really kind of fascinated to see how well it's done. I think it's great for the movie business and the movie world to have the Academy recognize this film, to have it have as many nominations as it did. It really gives people encouragement to do film their own way, which is something we really need. People feel that they don't have to be straitjacketed by the demands of the studio system. They can go their own way and still find success.
I mean, we often talk, when we talk about movies, about studio pictures and independent pictures. This seemed like another category of itself. I mean, it was like a sub-independent film. It was made on such a small budget, and it has done so well.
There are other films, like, it's a category of independent film. It's a personal independent film, and you see these. They don't often catch on this way. Because they're so personal, they don't always connect with anyone outside the creator's family. But this film did. This film captivated people. But it's not an unknown kind of film. It's just a great example of a particular kind of film.
And what about the fact that unknowns were cast, including what we now have as the youngest actress ever nominated for a Best Actress award? I'm going to try to get this right. Quivanzane Wallace.
I think you did a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, but again, it's not unheard of. I mean, again, it's one of the things you do when you have a low-budget film. You don't want to have to deal with actresses, and sometimes you feel there's an additional reality to be gotten, a different kind of intensity to be gotten from a real person who can actually act.
And that movie really surprised me because the performances in it were so strong and the actors were such amateurs. I mean, how often does that really happen?
It's not unheard of, but again, it's not easy either. I mean, you can see unknown people fall on their faces. But I mean,
that's true.
This has happened before. But again, this is a really great, it's not something that's never happened before. It's a great example of something. It's as good as this kind of filmmaking gets.
Yeah, and now will this young director, Ben Zeitlin, I think his name is, be co-opted by the success of this film? Is that inevitable? Will he be directing the next Bond movie or perhaps Batman?
It doesn't seem likely, but you can't say impossible. The unlikeliest people have been co-opted. I don't think it will happen with him, but I would not want to bet my life on it.
Yes, I know. We don't want betting your life on anything.
Bad idea.
We'll see you at the next commercial break. Well, Kenny, leave it to the writers to give the best acceptance speeches of the night. Those two speeches we just heard were really good. That was Chris Terrio,
Yeah,
who won
yeah.
Best Adapted Screenplay for Argo, and Quentin
Quentin
Tarantino for
who,
Django Unchained.
a man never at a loss for words.
But I have to say, what was so refreshing about Tarantino, besides lauding the writers,
Yeah.
rightfully, is that he didn't seem scripted. He didn't seem defensive,
Yeah,
you know, because he can tend to be a score settler, I think, in Hollywood a little bit in his interviews. He gets very upset at the criticism, especially that's been lodged at him for this
Yeah.
particular movie. But it seemed like, you know, he spoke from the heart and there
Yeah.
wasn't a bit of bitterness or anything like that.
He is a man of genuine enthusiasm for movies, the movie making process, old movies, that enthusiasm is one of the great things about him, and he really carried him tonight. It was a wonderful speech, and Chris Terrio's speech I thought was great. The way he mentioned Ben Affleck, I thought it was very it was moving. It was genuinely moving.
It was, and it was funny because when this category when the Best Adapted Screenplay category first started, Kenny, you said nobody mentions the poor guy who wrote the novel.
Yeah, yeah.
But at least Chris Terrio did give credit
Yes,
to
he
Tony
did.
Mendez, the
He
CIA
did,
guy
yeah.
whose story
Told the
inspired
story.
Argo.
And that was a great moment. But
Yeah.
there's so many people I remember as far back as One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Nobody mentioned Ken Kesey.
Kesey.
And I once had the chance to talk to Ken Kesey, and I said, "What'd you think about that?" And he's on the phone with him. He's back in the woods somewhere in Oregon. He says, down in Hollywood, the sun shines on them so much they think they own it.
That's so true. It is. Well, I think one of the things that was really intriguing about Argo was the beginning of that movie, which a lot of people don't remember as, it has obviously so many fans,
Yeah.
but the critics like to harp on the fact that the drama was hyped up. But there was a very interesting and well-written history lesson about
absolutely.
the actions of the U.S. that led directly
Yes.
to the taking over of
No.
the embassy, and that's not something you see that often.
No, that was very good to have that there, and they did it in a smart way. They had animation, they really did it smartly. They didn't just have type on the screen. They had visuals to go along with it. Clearly, a lot of thought went into that. Ben Affleck thought it was important, and good for him for thinking that and for doing that.
Yeah, and it seems like as so many people like to talk about how a movie like that simply celebrated Americans and how it was very difficult for some people, Iranians and American Iranians, to watch that movie because they felt that all the Persian characters were depicted
Yes.
negatively. I thought that the beginning was a really beautiful balance to what came next in that film. And it just seems like Americans so easily forget their history lessons.
Yeah, we'll forget them again. Believe me,
And we'll
we're not
forget
done
them
with
again.
forgetting.
I know, that's true. So coming up next, I think we're going to be
We're
looking
getting to
at
the big categories
the
at
big
last.
categories.
I
We're
know.
looking at the Best Director comes up next. And that, of course, is the category that has caused so much controversy
Yes.
because two of the biggest best movies, Zero Dark 30 and Argo, their directors were completely overlooked.
They're missing in action. Well, the director's branch nominates directors, and the membership as a whole nominates Best Picture. So you've got really 300 some people in one category, 5,000 people in the other category. So that's the reason there's a difference.
So do you think that because particularly Ben Affleck was not nominated as director for Argo, we're going to see a big Argo upswell, a possible Best Picture
Yeah,
because of that?
Well, people are calling it the snub factor. There's already a name for it. And the question is, how strong will the snub factor be?
Stay tuned. We'll see you at the next break. Kenny, I have a warm and fuzzy feeling about Ang Lee winning for Life of Pi as Best Director.
Yeah, no, he's seems like a great guy, and I think the Academy, it's a phenomenal technical challenge to make a film like this. I really have the feeling that he took this film on because it was such a challenge. You know what I mean? That's not only because the book meant something to him, but he saw how hard it was going to be,
Yes.
and that kind of excited him.
Yeah, and he pulled it off so beautifully.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to me that somebody like Steven Spielberg, who was thought by many early on to be the front runner for this award, has basically not won. And I think we've only seen one award go for Lincoln, despite the fact that Bill Clinton was lobbying for the movie somewhat.
I don't think Bill Clinton matters one way or the other. You know what I mean? I
Probably
don't even think
not.
it irritates people. Everyone's so used to lobbying here. The Pope could show up, and I don't know that people would really say, they'd say whatever.
Well, especially if it was the old Pope. So do you think that's a big blow for Spielberg?
I think they probably, he's
knew
been
that
through
was
this
happening.
before. The Hollywood attitude towards him really is kind of fascinating. I think there's kind of a Schadenfreude attitude towards him. Everybody knows how exceptional a filmmaker he is and how gifted he is and how successful he is. And they're just not at ease with it somehow. And I think sometimes if there are other people to vote for, they'll vote for other people. I think Lincoln was a remarkable achievement. It's a quieter achievement than Life of Pi. It's not in 3D. It doesn't have tigers. It's just got people. But I'd like to see people recognize films that are about people rather than say, yes, there's a great story here, but aren't the special effects amazing?
Yes, that's true. And it was interesting, Ang Lee's speech was actually quite lovely, and how he recognized his wife was nice. But he also thanked his lawyer and somebody else, and he said, I have to do that.
Yeah.
Why do they have to do that? Why do you have to thank your lawyer at the Oscars?
I don't know, because they make sure the money comes in, I think you have to thank them because everyone else thanks their people, and they'll feel left out, and they'll be mad at you if you don't thank them. People do it because everyone else does it. I'd love to see that banned. Isn't that an interesting idea? No agents, no lawyers thanked. Everyone can assume that they're thankful, and we don't want to hear this anymore.
Yeah, it does.
Really, unless you have something to say besides thank you, unless you can add a sentence or two about why you're thanking them that's meaningful, why thank them?
Yeah, why thank them? They drew up by contract, and it was so great. Ang Lee has had such a great career, but we can talk about that after this next segment. Well, I can't say there were any surprises in those last three big awards. How
No
about
surprises, zero dark surprises.
you? Absolutely. So we have Jennifer Lawrence, who is the odds-on favorite for
Yeah.
Best Actress for her role in Silver Linings Playbook,
Yeah.
who tripped going up to get her award.
I was always nervous about that dress, you
I
know.
know, it scared you early on.
know.
And frankly gave a less than memorable speech, unfortunately. Perhaps it's her age or...
She's just a young person. You know, I think sometimes we see what people can do on screen and we think that reflects something about who they are as people,
Exactly.
and it doesn't necessarily.
Yet in the case of Daniel Day-Lewis, who won for Best Actor for his portrayal of Abraham Lincoln,
Yeah.
what a beautiful speech.
The speech of the night, in some ways.
Joked with Meryl Streep
Yeah.
about how he was supposed to be cast as
Yeah.
Margaret Thatcher in The Iron Lady and she was supposed to be Lincoln, and then got serious and said
Yeah.
some lovely
No,
things
no.
about his wife and
He
his
did a
character.
wonderful job. Wonderful
Yeah.
job. Yeah.
So, Argo.
Argo, we knew it was going to be Argo. Everyone knew it was going to be Argo, you know, and, you know, it could be worse. You know,
How could it be worse?
I don't know.
I'm frankly happy that Argo
I'm
won, I
happy
have to
too.
say.
You know, I mean, there were good nominees this year. There were good choices. You
Yeah.
know, and
And I think, you know, what Ben Affleck said actually was a delightful note to end on because of his experience with the Oscars and in the movie business. Here was a kid who came in, you know, blazing glory,
Yeah.
won an Oscar early on, and then proceeded to have a career that floundered all over the place before he finally found his
Yeah.
groove again.
well, I think that's one reason he's so popular and why one reason he won tonight. I mean, even absent winning, everyone knows how good a director he is. Everyone knows how good Argo is, how good The Town was, how good his films have been. And the fact that he's been able to reinvent himself and the fact that he's been able to come back from these kind of bad decisions. Everyone in the business has these bad decisions. Everyone hopes that they can bounce back the way he did.
Yeah, he has had, I would say, a Hollywood beginning and so far a Hollywood ending
Yeah,
too.
and everyone loves that.
Yes. So, thank you
Thank you.
so much for joining Ken Turan and me this evening for the first Los Angeles Times Oscar webcast. We hope you enjoyed spending your commercials with us as much as we enjoyed spending them with you. And thanks so much to our colleagues on the Times digital and technical sides who worked so hard to make this webcast a success. Your Oscar night does not have to end here. Please come back to our site later tonight and all day tomorrow for the most comprehensive critiques and coverage of the red carpet arrivals, the Oscar show, the Governor's Ball, and all the other bashes around town. You can find all that right here at latimes.com/Oscars. We'll see you next year.